What's up guys, welcome back to another run of my random crab videos, and obviously in this video I'm going to be doing random crab. Now this video will probably be around 12 hours, that's what I'm planning on having it as, 12 hours. Because in this video, in this one, I'm going to have a 1 hour video for my nostalgia series of these lights on, just that light on, and then no lights on. And also I'm planning on making a project update video and also a lore video. The lore video I'm going to send to one of my teachers. Now, I'm planning on doing the lore video is my top one right now. My number one priority. My number two priority is to upload it. My number three priority is for the project video. Make the project video and upload it. Number 4 priority is just to film the nostalgia videos. Number 5 priority, try to upload them, but if I don't, it's fine. So yeah.
No, you're almost not on the runway. No, that's the runway line. Now this is the Copenhagen International Airport, which has a great scenery. There's literally baked into there. Anyway, at the moment there are tons of airplanes flying into this airport on Vatsen. In fact, right now there is CRJ right. Let's take a look at that landing. Yes, see this airplane coming in. It's very white. Anyway, look at that. Oh, never mind. It's the MD-80 as it turns out. Let's do some airplane spotting in the Microsoft Flight Sim. MD-80 or I think it'll right look at 717 coming in for a landing. Let's take a look. And right now, oh my god, there is another airplane taking off right in front of it. Okay, Vatsim. And there's, oh my god, it's done quite a hard landing. Holy moly. Yes, everybody, my friends of absolute autism. We're here on Vatsim, genuinely doing some spotting. Look at that A320 just having landed. Wow, that's a very quick exit. And now we have a Boeing 777 coming in for arrival. Let's go ahead and have a good rating here. Ah, that's he just got cleared. So let's see how he's going to do. Yes, everybody, rating landings on Vatsim. Let's see if anything goes wrong ever. All right, here it is, beautiful 777 coming in. And right behind it, there's another, it's half an airplane coming in. So let's see, 777, I wish you the best of luck. I wish you the best of butterization. Come on, do it well. You're coming in nice, you're coming in hot. Very good. Yeah. Dude, this guy just completely buttered the bread. I mean, okay, he was a little bit behind touchdown zone on that touchdown, but holy moly, that was nice. Yes, everybody. Like what it, 8 out.
But even though that the lore video is my number one priority, I'll probably do the nostalgia videos in the first one. Then I'll do the lore video and upload it.
Out of 10, I would reckon. This is like funny, like none of these people know that I'm actually watching this. Anyway, look at this A320 coming in all the way from Amsterdam. Not a very long route.
315, section Bravo behind the Ryanair 737.
Section Bravo behind the Ryanair.
Well, that was on point. That was quick. Yeah, 6 out of 10. No, that wasn't a big float, and it didn't look as beautiful, but not bad at all. Okay, the next one is cleared to land. Very nice. Another A320 coming in. Let's take a look. Come on, let's have a look. Do it nicely. I'm absolutely sure you can do it. I'm so certain. I'm so certain. I'm so certain. A320. Oh, yeah, okay, a little bit of a floater here. Oh, and a little bit of a bounce. Can you see that? Oh, what? Oh, that nose landing gear is still up. Jesus Christ. How long do you think it will take for stopping, I mean? No, that was quite a floater here, touching down all the way on the middle of the runway. But, at least we got some smooth out of it at 7 out of 10. Okay, right now there is a DLH 777 coming in. You're right onto runway 22 right. As this A319 is departing, we see an incoming 777. That is quite a close call, I believe. Anyway, sir, you're not on, this is not a road, you're not on center line. But anyway, rotation has happened here on the A320, very nice. And so I can't wait for this. Why is this showing up as an ERJ? Okay, anyway, look at this. Oh, wow, this airplane is kind of struggling here on this especially bumpy runway. It's always funny to look at it. Let's have a look. Sir? Sir? Here's the touchdown zone, sir. That's a little late, don't you think, sir? And you've left on the top. Oh, that was the worst landing of the day. I'm sorry to say this. Womp, womp, womp. At least you, kind of touched down. Oh, meanwhile, we have another landing here. Also late as hell. Jesus, why do you all stop?
Chicken Al Pastor is back at Chipotle, where fire meets flavor, where heat meets pineapple sweet, where chicken meets the sizzle of the grill, and where fans meet their favorite. Chicken Al Pastor, where fire meets flavor.
Shield by Garden Health does a colon cancer screening that's really easy to do.
Hello guys and gals, me Mutahar, and ladies and gentlemen, I think we've identified, quite honestly, the worst enemy imaginable. In the world of online censorship, dead internet theory, yada yada yada. And now, ladies and gentlemen, that might actually be Facebook, in amongst most of the large big tech companies out there. Now again, this is going to be kind of a deep dive video, so again, sit back, relax, grab a cup of coffee, because ladies and gentlemen, we've got quite a juicy thing to go down. So basically, a couple days ago, ladies and gentlemen, there was a post on r/Linux. 8 days ago, one individual by the name of Aaron SB decided to copy the actual text from the 5 age verification laws from the various states that we've looked at, and they basically found that apparently it seems Meta and basically a bunch of other companies are finding a way to bypass, data collection laws and basically screw over the system for us entirely. So there's actually a lot of stuff that's been researched here. There's been a lot of AI that's been used by some of these researchers, so I took it upon myself to go down the rabbit hole and sort of analyze this in a human sense and sort of see where this thing is going. So again, ladies and gentlemen, to give you a quick idea, basically there's been a lot of laws that have been passing, so in places like California, in places like Colorado, in places like Alabama. Even recently, I've looked at places like SB 372, a bill in Kansas, which if you read this actual Senate bill over here, this bill talks about, again, age ratings. It talks about, mobile operating systems. So things literally like your iPhone, things literally like your Android device, and of course it also talks about application stores. So for instance, when you go to the App Store on your iPhone, when you go to the Play Store on your Google device. So basically right over here, verified to be established by an individual who the App Store provider has determined through the App Store's provider's age verification to be 18 years of age, married or legally emancipated, and may be affiliated with one or more minor accounts, obviously invoking parents in this case too. So they want to basically put the blame on the actual app stores, the actual operating systems right over here, or again, the app stores that are in the OSs. Now I think this is incredibly overreaching. I don't think that because of Facebook, Roblox, and Netflix, and a lot of these sites' actual fuck-ups, a lot of these social media platforms where children are being harmed, that the focus should be taken away from them and instead be put on a blanket Apple, or Google, and basically have every single one of us kind of screwed in the process, right? Again, I don't use Facebook. I think Facebook is stupid. But if Facebook is fucking working on laws that are affecting you and I, then ultimately I think we need to stand up against those kind of people. So anyways, there's a whole lot of laws being passed, and to go back to it, an individual who was researching this entire story traced the money and found that apparently it was something around the tune of $20 to $30 million were spent by Facebook. And again, there's many other companies involved in this. Facebook is not the only person involved. That not only was apparently writing the fucking legislation, but was also pushing it so that basically they can have kind of their cake and eat it too. And I'll get to that in a little bit. So to give you an idea for full context, right, back in 2021, there was a privacy prompt introduced for Apple devices. Now this is what we call Apple's App Tracking Transparency. So you ever notice when you download a social media app on your iPhone, the first thing it'll ask is, can we track you or can we not track you? Now I'm pretty sure most people hit the do not track, And that's something that apparently Facebook didn't like at all. For instance, when they wanted to push advertisements that were more relevant to you, it's important that they can track every single thing on your device. In fact, it was funny that even back then they were like, hey, if we want these services to remain free, we might need to grab your personal information. But here's the interesting thing. When people are told if they want to be tracked or not, Apple basically has proven that people don't want to be tracked. A lot of people don't understand how tracking works. And to give you a quick understanding, it's not like these people click on microphones or they click on cameras and they basically hear what you have to say. That's crazy talk. All they have to do is set up trackers all over the internet that basically grab browser fingerprints, which again are easily attuned to an individual person. If, for instance, Facebook or Google, which run the largest tracking database, if these people detect a browser fingerprint has visited site A, B, and C, then they know exactly where that user is going around on the internet. Without getting your name and last name or whatever, they can identify who you are based on your very unique fingerprint. And ultimately for Facebook, that's also quite important as well too, because a lot of these companies, guess what, make their money through ads. So when Apple introduces shit like app tracking transparency, it makes Facebook crap itself. It makes them lose money. And it makes somebody like me actually happy that at least in some capacity, even if it's a corporation going up against a fucking corporation, we have actually won from a little bit of a privacy boom. So ultimately, at the end of the day, none of these companies actually enjoy this shit. What they've basically found is a way to make the internet just more invasive and at the benefit of just their financial pockets. So again, going over this sort of Reddit post over here, what the actual bills require you to hand over is 8 checks and your device setup. So in a lot of ways, this could be, again, you entering in your own age, which a lot of these bills, like at least the one in California, was just telling you, hey, put in your date of birth, and we'll pass that through a signal, or at least what your age should be. So in some cases, every OS provider must provide an interface and a code collecting a birth date or age and expose a real-time API that broadcasts a bracket. So I believe this is more in line with the New York-based law, which is SB 102A, where again, you would have a signal that if you were under 18, 13 to 15, 16 to 17, or 18 plus. Now, not to conspiracy theorize here, there's laws like COPA that exist that protect children under the age of 18 from having their information collected by a lot of these tech companies. Now, the really interesting conspiracy. Why do these age verification laws in some ways benefit Facebook heavily? Well, here's how it works. For Facebook, they don't want to collect your children's age. They don't want to collect any information on them. But they can collect enough legal information through browser fingerprinting or device fingerprinting that necessarily doesn't get thrown underneath these laws. So if they want to identify a user's age, how do they identify it? Well, it's simple. If Google and Apple have to do the hard work of verifying the age on their systems and pass over any of these signals like under 13, 13 to 15, 16 to 17, or 18 plus, when somebody downloads an application and makes an account, Facebook can then apply registered or recorded, like the age ranges to that account. So even if they don't collect your date of birth, they at least know that whoever they identified is from the age of 13 to 15. So on the back end, they can just say after 365 days, that account will go up by one number in their yearly age, obviously. And in a roundabout way, they've kind of identified your age. So if you're 13 to 15 or 16 to 17, these are very important age ranges for people that are doing advertising, right? Somebody that's 12 years old is going to be advertised different things than somebody that is 17 years old. And because they found a way to identify you through these age ranges, congratulations, the targeted advertisement, well, it suddenly just got more targeted. And a lot of these organizations that basically bypassed what I actually think was a better law than some of these days. They're like, hey, kids should not have their shit grabbed, okay? They should not have their data grabbed. But it seems like Facebook and a lot of these fucking companies have found a way past it. And in the process have made the internet more annoying and more restrictive and more surveilled for all of us. Fuck Mark Zuckerberg. You know what, man? In a normal fucking world, Mark Zuckerberg, Larry Ellison, Alex Carr, Peter Thiel, Elon Musk, any of these big tech guys would commit fucking Japanese seppuku on international television for the shit they are doing to our actual human rights and freedom. And any politician should be underneath them, jailed for life for selling out their actual constituents, okay? It's insanity. So again, let's go a little bit deeper into this, okay? Because again, I wanted to actually really research this beyond just these Reddit threads, right? Because
Never
there's
been
a
on
lot
those.
of AI done research that you actually have to verify from a human perspective. So for instance, what actually happens over here is that these bills basically create a persistent identity layer in the operating system, which is your age range that can be queried anytime. It's not just once. Anytime an application can just query this API. So basically, a lot of these commercial verification vendors who provide this charge 10 cents to $2 per click, require proprietary SDKs, demand API keys, and operate cloud only. Your age verification goes through a third-party cloud resource. So then they also bring something up that is EU's IDAS 2.0, which I haven't really looked that much into, but I also believe it's not necessarily a good solution. None of these solutions are actually good. Really, the best solution is fucking parent your child. Okay, that's about it. Okay, talk with your kids. Don't let them access Facebook. Hell, I had a solution literally a couple videos ago where I was like, maybe just go at a point of sale, like when you're buying an iPhone at an Apple store, or like a Google Pixel at a Google store, or like at a Best Buy, and just flash an ID right there. Then you're spending hundreds, if not thousands of dollars on a device anyways, probably getting a fucking plan to subsidize the device. Just do it right there instead of requiring the internet in every single software that I use to verify me, okay? Don't plant yourself into my fucking operating system, bro. Stay out of my kernel, alright? So that should be on a goddamn shirt. I should make virtue.
What's up, guys?
Anyway,
Welcome back to another one of my nostalgia series. And in this nostalgia video, I'm obviously going to have nostalgia. And this is a 1 hour one that has these lights on. So these big lights on.
It's more than an SUV. It's the Equinox EV, going further on a full charge.
When every day feels the same, one man wants more.
I need an adventure.
So Ken goes to...
Now, big news.
Well, I am going to go to the bathroom, so yeah.
for aviation. This year, we're going to see a brand new airplane enter the sky of the world. Though probably not the whole world, this plane's probably not going to be allowed to fly in Europe nor America because the FAA nor the EASA will certify it. Of course, we're going to talk about the Russian Yakovlev MC-21. You know, Russia, back in the Soviet time, was known for making many airplanes. Planes that are pretty cool. The Tupolev Tu-154, the Tupolev Tu-144, and many other airplanes like the Yakovlev Yak-42. But the thing is, they haven't really made a plane in a really long time. Okay, maybe the so-called Superjet, which is actually a pretty cool airplane to take a look at as well. But it was about time they make a new one. And it really does look like an Airbus A320. And it confuses people, especially on the Microsoft Flight Simulator Marketplace, because we now have an add-on for it that we can buy for €16.79, which is great in comparison to the cost of the real airplane, $72 million, which still is cheaper than the A320 or 737s, of course. But when you convert it to Russian ruble, I mean, if you're an airline and buying this plane, your bank account statement looks like a phone number. It's 5 billion Russian rubles. Either way, I'm very much excited to be able to fly this airplane here in the flight sim, even though it's made by the developer of MC-Scenery, so it's gonna suck. It's just big time. But hey, I'm gonna buy it. Something that's strange is that this doesn't specify a French version of the MC-21. It really is, because there's actually 3 versions of this plane, the 200, 300, and 310. Which is a bit random. And even when we're downloading this plane, the airline of Russia is the one that is expected to take over service this year. Of course, it is a little bit odd how long this airplane actually took to be introduced. I mean, it had its first flight nearly 10 years ago, and it was expected to enter service 4 years ago as well. But of course, this plane took so long because it had to be completely redesigned. After all, this is what the first prototypes of this airplane looked like. Can you see something here? These are engines from the Americans. This plane was supposed to be powered by the Pratt & Whitney 1400G engines. Amazing engines, of course. It's the same engine that powered the Airbus A220 as well as the Airbus A320neo. But the problem is, Pratt & Whitney, just the name, is an extremely American company. So by 2022, because the Russians decided to piss off the rest of the world, this plane would heavily struggle from the sanctions. They're not allowed to buy any airplane parts from the other part of the world, which is a big issue, because can you see these instruments? All of the avionics, they look strangely a lot like the cockpit of an Airbus A220. Wait, hold on. This is interesting. Really, side by side, it's literally the same. It's literally the exact same. Can you see that? No, genuinely, all we have is some more screens here, but other than that, this is the same cockpit, nearly, which is great. It would be a great cockpit. The problem is, it's made by this company, Rockwell Collins, the little bunch of aviation system for all types of airplanes. Of course, it's in Cedar Rapids of Iowa. Couldn't be more American. So yes, the Russians had to now come up with their own avionics solution, concerned radio electronic technology. It's a great big name, very catchy. As well as their own engine, the Aviat Vigatel PD-14, which is an impressive engine, I guess. Only 13 of them have been built though, but it's apparently supposed to compete very well with their competitor from America, like the CFM LEAP engine, as well as the originally proposed Pratt & Whitney engine. So all is well now. They have got the parts, they've got it figured out. So it is time to fly this. This is not going to be a good representation of what the airplane will be like at all, but that's fine. It's funny how the Yakovlev MC-21 doesn't even have an image, like a thumbnail image. They didn't even bother that here from MC-Scenery. Gotta hate them. But let's spawn this airplane into Sheremetyevo Airport. Once again, this airplane in European or American airspace, not possible at all, or not legally, along with other Russian jets. Even the so-called Superjet has had its certification suspended. It's crazy you can't fly that plane. But in the grand skies of Russia, this is no problem at all. God, this airplane looks like a toy plane. Actually, doesn't really pay huge respects to what this plane should look like. Like, it's generally not that. Okay, never mind. Actually, it does look like a toy plane in real life. What the hell is that noise? Must be very aerodynamic. Anyway, this is what the plane looks like here in the flight sim. Now, obviously, the modeling hasn't been done well, but yeah, the distinctive nose is there. But on board, the only livery that we have, the S7 Airlines, which is funny because S7 hasn't even ordered this plane. We could just maybe done Aeroflot or Rossiya or U-Tair or Red Wings. I don't get it, but this plane looks like a 7-Up plane now. This is now the Russian-made engine, but I'm really excited to take a look into the Russian-made cockpit, ladies and gentlemen. And oh, yeah, actually they have put a little bit of work in this, although the autopilot is wrong. That's just an autopilot panel from the A320, as well as the overhead panel, but like, we have a little bit of an idea of how modern this one could look. Now the cabin, of course, is not in here.
With hundreds of job skills you can apply right away. Whatever you want to do in your career, now you can.
Philips presents All Things. Most Allen Simple, Philips Oracle 160. Wait for it. Wait for it.
OMG, y'all. Travelers swear by this red truck. What's up with that?
They haven't put any work into this plane and making it actually look proper, but that's alright. So let's go and turn on the airplane, which does look like an Airbus A320. Turn the internal power, these systems become available, and it's just the screens of the A320, but without a bezel. And this looks absolutely horrible. And this is also powered by the Pratt Whitney engines, which is now wrong. We don't really see that. I mean, we won't really see that in real life. They won't have the Pratt Whitney American engines. Nor will they have it.
Hello, my name is Luke Nichols, and this is the My Life Outdoors YouTube channel. And no, you're not imagining things. This is not my YouTube channel. Some of you guys may have heard that Steven's wife was recently diagnosed with cancer. So right now, Steven's got a lot on his plate, taking care of his wife, his 4 kids. So I thought I might step in and do a little YouTube video for him, so he can worry about one thing at a time. And so here I am, in the interior of Alaska, with no tent, no sleeping bag, and I'm going to be sleeping in the middle of a snowstorm. I've got about 2 hours to build a shelter, gather enough firewood to last 17 hours of darkness. Oh, and because this is Steven's channel, I will be doing a little bit of gear review along the way. So come along for the ride. It's going to be a good time.
Your destination is on the left.
Man, I'm getting a late start today. It's almost 2 o'clock. The sun's even set at 4. Get the ice, the old stomp test. The ice on creeks is really unpredictable. Some places it'll be feet thick, and other places it'll be super thin. You just kind of don't know. Oh, look at this. There's an otter right there. Hello, guy. He's cute on his belly right there. You can see where the water's punched up through the ice, flowing across the top of the ice. Sketchy stuff, man. We don't want to be over there. Now the creek's getting really close to frozen over. You can tell right now that there's no dignified way to get down the hill. I've burned up a lot of time getting close to sunset. I need to really find a place to camp. It's really hard to gather materials in the dark. Oh, yeah, look at that. Oh, I like this root ball. See what big birch tree just tipped over? And the roots pulled it up and made this wall of dirt. It's a great place to build your shelter. One, because it's a wall that I don't have to make. Another nice part is that area underneath the root ball, you know that's bare ground. And you can look at it and see what kind of dirt it is. A lot of clay and rocks. Birch trees don't grow in swamps. So I know if I build a fire here, it's not going to thaw out a swamp and turn into a mud hole. There's tons of deadwood around here. There's plenty of fuel for a fire and materials for my shelter. gear review while I camp. If you guys are looking for a camp saw, hands down the best one on the market is the Akawa. This is Memorial. They're just indestructible, high quality saws. I've had this thing for years. I only need to change the saw blade about once every year or two. There's a number of copycats out there now, but this is the original. It's the best. It's hard to emphasize how much of a time crunch I'm in right now. I've got about 2.5 hours before it's dark. For the next 2 hours, I need to cut enough wood to build my shelter and supply my fire to keep me warm all night long. So what I do is I just gather all the wood I can, throw it in a pile near the shelter, and then if the sun goes down on me, I can sit there and work on it next to the fire, instead of wandering around in the dark looking for trees I can't see. There's a lot of dead birch here. Birch trees burn a lot hotter and longer than spruce trees, so I'll need much less birch firewood than I would spruce. Creepy, now I knocked my glasses off. Somewhere down here, I think. Ah. There they are. Yeah, they were really buried. Alright, I'm going to put it in my pocket. Well, the birch trees will make good firewood. I need the spruce trees for my structure. I'm going to cut that one down and that one. Tell you what, guys, it's getting dark quick. I need to put some vigor in my step. Make a couple more steps, please. Need to get a fire going. It's getting dark. I'm so through and the temperature's going to drop here once the sun goes down. I need a nice fire before I start freezing up. I've got to be really careful where I put my tools down. The snow will bury them so quick and then you can't find them because there's real trouble. Getting old, I keep having to put my glasses on my head. I'll tell you what, it is really wet out here. All the wood is soaking and covered in ice. It'd be really challenging to start a fire. So I'm going to use one of these Duraflame fire starters. I really love these things. Waterproof, wind-proof, they burn like the devil. Super duper light. It's about the same weight as styrofoam. You take a little stick, wrap some cotton ball around it. Kind of use it like a little cord. Oh my God, it's shaking. Go through and knock all the limbs off the pole. The limbs, the scrap pieces go on the fire. The parts I'm going to use to build my shelter, I lean up against the roof wall, let those dry next to the fire. They're nice, warm, and dry.
I just thought about a game that I just got. And I don't know if there is a game trailer for it, but I'm just going to I'm just going to see how those end.
Welcome to NHL 22, the first NHL game built on the Frostbite engine and powered by next-generation consoles PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X and S. With the introduction of Superstar X Factors, the Frostbite engine, augmented reality UI, enhanced stick physics, and much more, the NHL franchise is delivering not only the best gameplay, but the best-looking game to date. This is Breakthrough Hockey.
For the first time ever, the Frostbite engine comes to the NHL franchise, bringing massive aesthetic upgrades to both current and next-generation consoles. With breakthrough visual detail in every hit, deep, and shot, improvements can be found on a macro and micro level.
Welcome to NHL 22.
Booking.com has stays for absolutely anything. Imagine you're amused and accessible. You book a dazzling hotel with a big apple, 5 stars, with a balcony view. It's so cool. If Broadway lost can find their perfect stay, anyone can. Booking.com, Booking.net.
The pyramid of intellect, trust me, bro. Honestly, that's what social media has turned into. Everyone is just trust. They don't even ask for the trust. They say with enough confidence, people believe. What do you think I earned these scrubs for? When you die, which body part dies last? The pupils. They die. Okay, that's fair. But if I had to pick which body part dies last, I don't even know if it's considered a living thing, but I would say your tongue. Big brain, boom, is what I see. Nervous system when confidence system walks in. Remember, a bone without a skeletal system is really just a puddle. A body. Wait, a nerve? What did I say? Best not to tell this guy the secrets. What? I don't understand what's the secret. You spill popcorn? What is on the floor? It looks like hot dog plates. Who are you not telling the secrets? Someone who has a big mouth. Oh, they would spill your secrets! Wait, that's not it? They would spill the beans! Purell, paper cup lotion. So true. Every time I walk out of a patient's room, I get like a PTSD reminder of earlier in the day when I was filing patients' labs. And I don't know why, patients' lab reports tend to be a thicker quality of paper, and despite being thicker, it slices them. It's like more firm, right to the point, really delicate on the academics. And also, Purell's good if your hands just need a cleansing of bacteria and viruses. But if you have soil cans, wash them down. I would help, but tie? Goodbye tie? Two tie? Here, my hands are tied. When you're half asleep and your body pulls that big fall, I am the monster twitcher when falling asleep. And the reason this happens is because the brain thinks you're fully asleep and thinks it can move inside your dream and have reactions. But you haven't reached that deep state of sleep where your muscles are fully paralyzed. And therefore, you twitch and then you end up waking yourself up because you're not in that super deep sleep. This happens more when you're sleeping. Asher Perlman, I love these comic strips. Are you the widow? I mean, wife? Oops. Oh, my God. I get secondhand agree with these because I feel like that's something that would happen. Like they would walk out and say something presumptuous, and it's presumptuous because they already know what happened, and they just haven't told the person. Do sharks play the harmonica like this, or this? Oh, yeah, probably like the second one. But also I feel like sharks don't play this, how grossly. That's how I see it. And you know, what happens when I sleep this way? Roll back. And now I realize what the secret is to fighting back pain in this position. You gotta take the pillow, or at least another pillow, and put it underneath your abdomen to support your lumbar spine from collapsing and becoming over-lordotic. I have a lordotic lumbar spine. Lordotic lumbar spine. Say with me. Lordotic. So the lumbar is extra lordotic, which means it's extra, which means it's a little, presumably good at helping people stay alive. Dr. B.G. Stay alive. Oh, I can't sing it. And we're just going to know that you do chest compression, you do to the tune of Staying Alive by Bee Gees. There's actually a whole other like genre of songs you could listen to. As long as they're 100 beats per minute. Actually, Angela Johnson Reyes on my podcast.
Oh, yeah.
To that.
Oh, I was like, wait, that song is about chest compression?
That's not the case. You've heard of Elf on the Shelf? Get ready for Lemur on a Femur. Make healthcare cheaper or draw 25. The government. The government wants to make it cheaper. They're just incapable of solving this issue. Not because they're not smart enough. It's because they've systematically destroyed healthcare to such a point that it's become so complicated that they now don't understand what they've done. Good luck, reverse do-loos. Reminder that there's no proper way to do CPR, and it's totally normal to have your own style technique being used. This is like this whole new thing where it's like do-you. No, don't. This is not a do-you situation. But chest compression, there is a proper way of doing it. There is a BLS certificate that you know, which is basic life support. I'll teach you how to do it. In fact, if you want to go to one of the airports listed right here or science museums, there's a little device that I partnered up with the American Heart Association that teaches you how to do chest compression. My immune system, whenever I get a cut, white blood cells attack. Yeah, it's actually exactly. And not just white blood cells, but platelets. American Health Love Pharmacy. Right? I'm assuming it's supposed to say pharmacy, but you spell off when it's spelled like that. Or, I get it. Like it harms you instead of farms. You know what I mean. Stop acting like you don't know what I mean. I'm about to call out the pharmacies. All the major pharmacies. What are you doing with all the miracle supplements? I found out that there's an aisle now. It might as well be called Miracle Supplement Aisle. It seems like if you take the stuff in that aisle, you will become thinner, faster, stronger, sexier, last longer in bed, give birth to a Newfoundland. The claims of these vials are becoming ridiculous. When you read a scientific paper years after reading Academia and try to remember what the retroangular condiform ventral globus on the anterior posterior gobble the bones. Just somebody that I used to know. You know what's weird about that music video? A, B, stuck in my head to this day. C, their mouths, especially the main singer's mouth, blew my mind. I don't know what about the mouth and watching him sing was like hypnotizing. And yes, when you leave medicine and like you leave the academic setting, and there's all these things and you realize how useless it was to learn it, it's expensive. But there's something about it that seems like it was valuable. Like, the idea of it was valuable. You know, you have a really bad relationship and you were scarred, but then like you became a slightly better person. I say slightly because you're still a little bit scarred. You're kind of a worse person in some ways, but you're mostly a better person. Imagine that. My body gives me signals to sleep the entire day. It goes to bed. My body. Well, now I am not doing it. This is me every single day. Exhausted all day, overworked, so tired, but now that I've kind of gotten past the point of sleepiness, now I'm tired for what? Which is a dangerous place to be. Now you're going to ruin your following. And you know what I've come to realize? That if you're sleepy at 8 p.m., you're like, oh, I should really I can stay up and not go to sleep. I'll be even sleepy. No. Treasure the sleepiness. Head to the bed. Because if you let that sleepiness moment pass, are today. Someone replaced this receptionist. I got tested for a bunch of STDs, and they didn't get back to me for a week. So I called, and the woman was like, okay, so you got chlamydia, gonorrhea, syphilis, HIV, and you tested negative for all of them. Man, why are we supposed to say it like that? Well, first of all, receptionists don't give medical information over the phone. Usually it's the doctor, and if it's not the doctor, it's someone that works with the doctor. PA, nurse, because you want to avoid things like this. And if you're going to give someone the news that they have like a serious condition or a serious diagnosis, don't do it over the phone. That's just me after turning a pimple into an open wound. Yeah, don't do that. People are like, Mike, is it safe to perform pimples? I'm like, is it safe to perform surgery on yourself? Maybe if you're in Antarctica and you're a Russian surgeon and that's the only route you have because you're going to die. Actually, something that I covered in one of my videos of amazing survival stories. Hemoglobin is red. Cyanosis makes me bleed. The doctor ordered beta blockers because my sympathetic output increases around. Beta blockers are a type of medication that controls sympathetic output. Actually, there's a medication called propranolol, which some people use often to use to give speeches. Some presidents have talked about it openly. Some musicians have talked about it openly. Because what it prevents your body from doing is like making your heart race like crazy. Some people don't get sweaty palms. All the sympathetic fight or flight type responses kind of get calmed down. It doesn't impact your mind. Your mind's still good. My ancestors who fought off wild animals watching me have a panic attack in the grocery store. There's definitely a generational shift. I actually just talked about that with KSI.
For them, they never really believed in like mental health or anything like that. And especially when my mom, she was some witchcraft or something like that. It's like, nah.
We might be more safe. There might be now wild animals around. There might be less crime. But there's other problems that come with it. And part of that is the explosion of anxiety and loneliness, especially because of the pandemic. So, to you who's lonely at home, say hello. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Push, miss, push. Wait, this isn't a delivery. What? Did they pay for this ad? Because that's ridiculous. My gut when I eat too much fiber, my gut when I don't eat enough. Honestly, true. There's a balance. Just like everything with life, the dose makes the poison. Drinking enough water, you drown. Or literally wash out your electrolytes. That's why we gotta be careful when we put things with labels as all good or all bad, because that's not the reality. You know, too much of those things become a problem. The answer is always independent. There's anyone on social media going out and saying, this is why you're having finger press right here. I'm not even saying pressing right here won't even have the effect. But this ain't solving it for everybody. Check out my teen nephews trying to explain what periods are to me, a doctor. Yes, it gets weird, but it's a really good time. You'll probably learn something. As always, stay happy and
Chicken Al Pastor is back at Chipotle, where fire meets flavor. Here for a limited time. Chipotle, for real.
Butler Memorial, Clarion, Frick, Latrobe, and Westmoreland at Independence Health System.
So a friend told me that they were contacted by a loan officer at Southern Commercial Properties, LLC, offering them a loan with super low interest rates. Well, my friend wasn't interested, but they thought that I might be. So they sent it over, and we had quite the experience. Let me tell you all about it. So I thought I'd follow up with these guys, and I emailed the loan officer, Jason, and I said, my friend passed along an email from you. Are you...
I know this looks a little bit weird, but you'll get over it, don't worry. This plane right here poses an interesting question. I mean, most airliners have their engines hanging below the wing. Why don't they put it on top of the wing? So there's only really two airplanes like that. Maybe the Honda Jet that makes this airplane looks like a dolphin with Down syndrome. And this plane, the Focke-Wulf 614, which is by the manufacturer of VFW Fokker, which is actually German/Dutch company. Yes, Germany really only ever had one airplane manufacturer, and you may actually wonder why that is, because Germany is so engineering related. After all, they built one of the first jet airplanes, like the Messerschmitt Me-262. Well, the reason is after the fall of the German Empire, you know, the Nazis, the rest of the world decided, hey Germany, you're not allowed to build airplanes anymore. Which is why the German Messerschmitt, after the war, went from building things like this to building things like this, because they were only allowed to build cars. Luckily, that ban only lasted for a few years, and by 1969, the Germans were allowed to build planes again. But they massively failed with planes like this. Planes that give us a little bit of a reason why you don't put engines on top of the wing. Sorry for the history class. Chances are you have never seen this plane before. Why? Because only 19 of them were built. This plane's Wikipedia article is the shortest airliner Wikipedia article in the world, and the fact that none of these airlines that are included with this airplane, I know. What the hell's TAT? TAT, green and yellow. Simber Airlines, which is a Denmarkian airline. Okay. Tells you that no notable airline ever flew this, but the question is why? We'll find that out by flying this plane. We now have an X-Plane 12 add-on, which actually looks quite good. You can buy it now on SimMarket for €47.54. They sent it over to me to review, which is very interesting. I like exotic planes like this. So let's go ahead and take a look into the cockpit. How does a German plane turn on? It reminds me a lot of, like, Airbus almost, you know? I feel like the guys who made this plane could have gone over to Airbus to build the A320 later on, right? So let's see if I can power this on. Here's the battery. Wow, this is a plane that makes a lot of sense. Let's go ahead and put on the APU right now. As you can see, it's starting up. You know, for a plane that's as old as something like the Concorde with this kind of cockpit, I mean, it had its first flight in 1975. It looks quite well structured. I mean, of course, we have a little bit of a watch store right here, but not too shabby. Now, APU has fired up, so we can turn on the generator. There we go. Now, what in the world does crash mean? What is that? This switch will disconnect battery and all generators. Why would they call it crash? Oh, in case of a crash so that there's no electric fire. Alright, let's turn on the APU. Wow, the APU has an automatic bleed. Wow, yes, not bad for air. So we can literally just turn on the engine. This is weirdly uncomplicated, this airplane. Yes, we can hear the engine start valve going up, and I can hear the engine fire up. Wow, and we can, I guess, you know, get some fuel in there here. Wow. Alright, let's turn on engine number 1. Okay, beautiful. Fire it up. Now, we can already put the flaps down to quite odd positions. Why is it flaps 14 as an option? Well, that's it. Alright, why not 15? Like on literally any other airliner like this. Alright, I don't know what I will say about the aesthetics of this plane. You know what? It doesn't really look bad. It's actually quite good looking. How do I get the door to go up? I mean, look, they have included stairs. That's amazing. In the cabin, we can see very luxurious seating with only one person inside. But in a normal configuration, this plane would seat around 40 to 50 people. Not bad for like a regional airliner. So let's see if I can put those stairs up. Please, may I? Ow! I guess I can just do this. Changing how you...
No one needs to get hurt here. Here's Fred and us. Told you, I don't make threats. I make guarantees. So let's not do this.
I'll call him Shepard.
General Shepard sends his regards. Told me y'all wouldn't take this well. He knows about this. He's put me in command of this operation from here on out. So y'all need to stand down. It's time to let the pros finish this. Stop trying to get out there! Stop! Stop!
Wounded. Let's find out how good you are.
You see the cage dog?
Big keeper. If he barks, shoot him and repo quickly. Don't get compromised.
You are stone cold, silent.
Why is 2 legs and bleeds?
Don't tell me.
Half a dog.
I asked you not to tell me. Inspector, there you go.
Speak English.
It's raining fucking hard.
Then say so.
I did.
Rain's good, it'll cover your tracks.
Initial fight.
What you got?
Black powder.
Nice. This will get interesting.
Covers theirs too.
Let's worry about you, Johnny.
So you do like me.
Like you're alive.
You're gonna owe me for this.
Why?
We'll fix each other's problems.
What's my problem?
Take it off.
Shut up, man.
Yes, sir.
No, you didn't.
Quite luckily.
I'm the opposite.
I don't know.
So, you're making progress.
I get there.
2 goldfish are in tank.
Go on.
One turns to the other and says, you know how to drive this thing. Then call me human.
Why not?
Why don't blind guys skydive?
Tell me.
Get the shit out of their door.
That's one way to do it.
Goodbye.
Thanks. Right.
Graves is holding me here.
So question of black signatures.
My team is left in the tube.
How did we get back? Bug right in. That's why I like the ghosts. Heads up, one shot. Use your blade. Sleep well, asshole.
Thank you. Gonna do this one my way. Watch.
Fucking beautiful, son. Push up.
Go through.
I am just physically and mentally tough. We have Bulwark that far. We believe someone can have your back. Fabrics them.
Notice anything different? Yeah, we actually moved my little bobblehead here to the building. Let's get started with another meme review. Huge thanks to Audible for sponsoring this video. A map of the United States if it was in Oregon. Get it? The Oregon donor? But this is an Oregon donor. Is it Oregon or Oregon? See, it's Oregon, but is it Oregon or Oregon? And Oregon. Doctor, I've been bitten by a wolf. No, just a normal. Oh, that's good. That's a nasty bug you got there. Oh my god. We use bugs for too many terms. A bacteria, bug. Virus, bug. Which virus? Who knows? A bunch of bugs. Parasite, bug. Got a tick bite, bug. Like pretty much if you go to a doctor and they could write something about like a bug, they're like 50% chance likelihood that they're getting it right. Evolving from violent language. Instead of, I have a concussion, I'm in my bonk state. I'm concussed, I'm all bonked up. My brain is bruised, I've got brain fog. Yeah, this is trademark. I'm in my concussive era. It's serving my concussion may affect the quality of my work. Getting my concussive slugs person has an allergic reaction. Dr. Mike, after all, why not? Why shouldn't I talk about when I'm someone on the plane? All right, I'll stop telling the story. But how often is it that you watch Grey's Anatomy, you see all these emergencies happen midair, and then it happens to you, and you don't have the tools, and you have to MacGyver it? I mean, come on, that's a cool story. Me after watching 5 Minute Crack. Little medical breakthrough, but they tell the nurse they're not allowed to do it to talk about you. That's every patient because you have something known as HIPAA, Health Information Patient Privacy Portability Act. I have no idea. Health Insurance Portability Accountability Act. Oklahoma. Good Oklahoma. Bad one. I guess depending on which way you look at it. What happens in Oklahoma? If you live in Oklahoma, tell me what happens. Dr. Mike, eat a spoonful of sugar to stop hiccups. No, you don't need that big of a spoon. Just a regular teaspoon. Decided I need to eat something healthy, so I made a delicious omelet this morning. I seasoned the eggs with sugar, oil, chocolate, and doing a little texture. That is not an omelet, that is a brownie. The brownie's not actually. Slicing my strawberry shortcake ice cream bar like it's waxy. It actually does look like black. If anyone's ever had some of the Japanese black food, they buy black food. But it's not super healthy because it has a high fat content. The good part about eating the strawberry shortcake ice cream like this is you will get full sooner because the more bites you take, the more you're tricking your mind into thinking, oh, this aged well. Okay, when they say this aged well, that means some take was good that was made a long time ago, but why did this age well? Oh, it's a well done. Okay, well done. I bet there's a couple seconds on that medieval torture stretcher rack where it heals in. Oh, no. What do we learn from the hippopotamuses? Is it hippopotamuses or hippopotamusi? Are you sure? Is it bacteria or bacterium? Wrong! Bacteria is plural, Sam. And bacterium is a single bacterium. Yeah, probably. You can gain weight from eating any food with caloric value. That's really caloric value because I know some people gain weight by eating food. No, you can't gain weight by eating food. But anything that has caloric value, if you overeat, you ultimately have a surplus of calories. Your body's going to store them. Certain nutrients are easier to store than others. Certain nutrients have more caloric value than others. Certain nutrients are harder to break down and access with caloric nutrients. So it's different, but it's all the same. Today I operated on a little girl. She needed O negative blood. We didn't have it, but her twin brother has O negative blood. I explained to him that it was a matter of life and death. He sat quietly for a moment, then said goodbye to his parents. I didn't think anything of it until after we took his blood and he asked, so when will I die? He thought he was giving his life for hers. Thankfully, he didn't call. I was going to pop out my lower lip and say, I feel bad for you. Why do I feel like when I ask for emotional support, it's mostly him just asking for scratching? But somehow scratching him is like a level of it. He's bare likes to do it. Music makes you caps lock shift, control, alt delete. What? Music makes you lose control! And music also makes you ASD. CXC. You really kind of ASC. Croc enthusiasts can now buy mini Crocs that attach to their regular size Crocs so they can wear more Crocs. I need to know the obsession of Crocs in healthcare. I understand that they're comfortable. I understand they're easy to slip on, they're easy to clean. They have holes. Fluids go in those holes. Shards go in those holes. These are not medically appropriate shoes. Goose balls. Is it goose or geese? What about a male goose? Female goose? Sure. What about a goose? Vintage ice cream scooper, very good condition. Cleaning out garage, I found this antique ice cream scooper this week. That is not antique. Maybe you could say a little retro, but that is a speculum that goes inside the female genitalia to check out the vaginal canal and possibly the cervix. A teenager at work asked me if I was old enough to have seen a PlayStation 2 in real life, and if anyone needs me, I will be looking into this. Oh, I collected money for PlayStation 2 inside a Pokemon tin can, which included quarters $50 and singles that my grandpa gave me for doing little things around the house. And then we went and I paid with that change at KB Toys, which I believe is bankrupt now. I thought I was so cool because they only gave like the quarters. I don't feel it. Okay, breathe in, Kirby. Sharon, send in my next. Back to the memes and my mustache in just a second, but first I want to thank Audible for sponsoring. Man shares picture before and after liver transplant. Why did the child become pregnant? How did you take the child to the toilet? Don't say that. Come on, man. By the way, draw this as a thing that happened to you in a family member because it messes with your bio metabolism. Bacteria, viruses, parasites, cancer cells, immune system, a peanut. Yeah, for real. Sometimes our immune systems overreact to things that aren't dangerous. But also, immune systems are wonderful. Wonderful. Take your immune system right now because you're surrounded by germs, by bugs, by cancer cells, and your immune system is taking care of all that without even thinking about it. Women love telling you to wash your water bottle. It gets clean every time I fill it. Not necessarily you backwash it, and I can't begin to tell you the amount of disgusting bacteria that we all have in our mouths that if you let sit in a used water bottle, how fast it grows. Oh, it's like a petri dish in there after a while. But nobody, nurses and lactose. Every time I walk by one of my nurses or phlebotomists, they go, Mike, you ain't getting any blood out of these, Dracula. Dr. Mike watches 5-minute crafts, health hacks. Dr. Mike's so honestly, I should sue. Not because they put medical misinformation out there. Maybe someone else can sue. I should sue them for the medical damage that they did to my neurologic system after watching these videos. Which, by the way, I'm here, I'm queer, and my joint pain is marked to severe. Yeah, joint pain sucks. And you know what's really bad about joint pain? Is we have to oftentimes figure out what the cause is, and it's not always everything. Sometimes it could be something as simple as the way we sit unergonomically at work, or it could be something more severe like an autoimmune condition, as an example, rheumatoid arthritis. Macaroni and cheese beer, double cheese ice. Hey, you know what's hilarious? I just went to see MKBHD, Marquez Brownlee, big tech YouTuber, you know, the biggest probably, play Ultimate Frisbee because he's a professional Frisbee player. I should say he's the American Ultimate Frisbee. He won in the playoffs, which was really cool. I got to say hi to him in front of us. But there was a dude drinking IPA in front of me, and it was like citrus, melon, and peach mango. I'm like, how many fruits can you put in a beer before it's no longer a beer and it's a juice drink with alcohol? Come on, that's cheap. A wise doctor once wrote a prescription for penicillin because they were concerned about a penicillin allergy, but they knew 90% of patients who think they have penicillin allergy actually don't. Why is this funny? No problem. Save money by buying the lenses and not the honestly, the frame whole thing is ridiculous. And I don't know if this applies to eyeglasses. I know it applies to sunglasses. It's run by like 1 or 2 organizations that have a monopoly on a worldwide frame distribution. And it's so shady. There's like really good videos on top. Morning, want to sleep. Afternoon, dying to sleep. Night, and sleep. This happens so often. Not everybody. I can't put everyone in this category. Some people do suffer with true insomnia for a myriad of reasons. But so many of us are at fault for our inability to fall asleep at night. A lot of it has to do with what's within our control. Not taking long naps during the day, not drinking caffeine close to bedtime. Stop taking pre-workout at 7 p.m. when you come home from work tired and you want to go to the gym. It has a ton of caffeine. It's going to be in your system. It's going to make it hard to fall asleep. Then you get anxious. Then you get angry. Then it ruins your mental state. Then your blood pressure goes up. That's how heart disease happens. How men shower. Deep scrub, water workout. Yeah, you should definitely get your food. That's where fungi live. Most people will, at some point, especially if you're athletes, will develop athletes, or maybe onychomycosis, which is a fungal nail infection. And those are hard to get rid of. You know, to treat one of those, topical things don't usually work well. It takes 6 to 12 weeks to be able to use it, and then if it fails, it's like 50-50. Then you have to do oral treatment. Oral treatment, you not only have to do for 12 weeks, but in the middle, you have to get blood work done. Actually, before and the middle, you get blood work done to make sure your liver's not inflamed, because these medications won't inflame the liver. You know how I got these scars? Oh my god, I cut myself with those. For those who don't know, those are icy pops. They're not great for you. Artificial colors galore, a lot of sugar added galore. If you have them every now and then, probably not the end of the world. But when you open them, you like tear it open and it creates these really fine, sharp edges that when you suck on the icy pop, it ends up cutting your mouth. I kind of wish I had one of those right now to cut this mustache off that Sam forced me to wear throughout this video. New version of Operation just has players use essential oils instead of performing a medical procedure. Honestly, instead of like body parts in there, you should just be able to deposit little crystals. Oh, you have appendicitis? Here's a little jade crystal. Oh, you'd like to be more fertile? Here's a jade egg courtesy of Goop. Real thing that happened, by the way. One bite of this chip would kill a 15th century peasant instantly. Why? Have we developed superpowers that they didn't have in the 15th century? And why a peasant only? What, would royalty be immune to Doritos Cooler Ranch? Every time I eat Doritos, and this is not factually accurate, I feel like I'm eating poison. But it tastes so good, and it probably isn't poison. It's just not an ideal food to eat often. Med school be like, identify the nerve. Oh my god, here's a picture of what cadavers' bodies look like when we have to identify nerves. And you're gonna see how similar it is to this picture. It's really, really hard. I would go in, and when you would learn the nerves, you'd be like, oh, these are really clean, I get it. But when they remove all the other landmarks,
Well, that's
and
great
there's
that
only
this
one
you
nerve
throw
thing,
in body.
it's really hard to identify where you are in the body. What can be smooth, but also rough? Endoplasmic reticulum? I knew it! I didn't even read it, I swear! Wait, why is this funny? But the whole time I thought endoplasmic reticulum. What else would be smooth and rough? I know. A Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu fight. They're smooth. They're also rough. Someone with eye drops puts eye drops. Eyes drops. Okay, at least I followed along that one. Okay. By the way, we overuse Visine because Visine, what it does is it vasoconstricts the arteries in our eyes, and that's not always good because if your eyes are vasodilated, meaning the blood vessels within your eye, that might be for a reason, and just forcing them to close shut may not be ideal. In fact, I know Dr. Glockenbach is not a huge fan of Visine. One of his greatest fears.
What's up, guys? Welcome back to another one of my YouTube videos. This is my nostalgia series, my last one, well, this is my last one as of recording, was with the big lights on, and now it's with that small light on, so yeah.
To save a gentleman's life on a transatlantic flight. A cat scan. Touche. A cat in a cat scan. A cat can scan. A cat can scat a cat in a cat scan. Oh no, a cat can scan a cat's can in a cat scan. That's my can. The cat lovers are gonna love this one. Here's some college advice that I gave to my nephew, but might also work for you. Check that out. As always, stay happy and healthy. Trust me. I'll shave it, unless you tell me not to in the comments. Huge thanks again to Audible for sponsoring this video. Cheerios. 8 grams of tasty protein for a day full of good. We're not talking coffee, are we? My name is Mansoor Sharhan, the Innovation and Technology Director for the City of Dearborn.
If scientists came out tomorrow and...
Oh, the firewood's getting low. It's springtime here in Alaska. For those people who heat their homes with fire, their firewood supply is critically low. So we gotta go and get more firewood before the rivers thaw out. We can't get to it. guys, here we go. This is what we're looking for. Dead spruce tree. You can see all this out. This tree bled to death. It was infested with Japanese spruce bark beetles. It's an invasive beetle here that's killing like every third or fifth tree in this forest. There's a lot of standing deadwood. That's a big wildfire hazard in the summertime. We're going to thin that out and get a year's supply of firewood all in the same go. There you go. So that converts into a log hauler. We're off to a great start, but it's lunch and I am starving, so I'll grab some food on my back. We got some good stuff. Alright, I got some lingy mooey covered mango, got some dates, and I got a bunch of cheese. Cheese is crazy high in calories and doesn't take any cooking, so great lunchtime snack. I love lingy mooey seasoning, dried mango. Amazing. Entire leg of Yardsburg is about 2,000 calories right here. It's insane. A little fig cake here, got the fig and almonds in it. Oh. That's good. Alright, cover the back forward. Oh my goodness, that's a lot of wood. I think it's time to start stacking some more. Got a lot done today. Well, we're not done yet. I still got to bug up all those lawns over there. Whew. But it's about an hour before sunset, so I'm just going to kind of get my bed ready. We're spending the night here at the wood pile. So I'm going to pick up all these misfit pieces. We're going to use them for our fire tonight. And I'm going to use some of these broken branches in my bed. I got here about 9 o'clock, 9:30, and it's 8 o'clock now. I just barely stopped working. It's been a long day. Got a lot done. Got a lot more to do. Oh man, I can feel the heat off that fire. It's just bouncing back off that wood. It's really coming at me. Feels very nice. Just gotta make sure I don't light the walls on fire. The gloves are kind of wet. I'm drying these off. I got my bed set up. I'm getting the fire stove a little bit. Then eat some food. I might end up going to bed very early. I am so tired. Well, for dinner, got some French baguettes, some spiced apple butter, and my massive pile of cheese and dried fruit. Peach rose hip herbal tea here. Warm toasted baguette with some melted Raclette cheese and some apple butter. I can hear a wolf out there. Yeah, there's a wolf howling behind me. I think he's coming my way. The howling is getting louder and louder. I'll keep an eye out for him. I got food in me, the roaring fire's keeping me warm, it's late, but I've got to do one more thing before I go to bed. I got to dry my socks out. They're really wet. And if I go to bed with wet socks, I'm going to have cold feet. No, toasty warm. Well, it's late. I'm tired. I'll go to bed. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
It's cold outside. We got a lot colder last night. I better get this fire going. Well, I've got a lot to do today, and the whole point of camping out here is to get more done. If I don't have time to dawdle, as soon as I get warmed up, when I make breakfast, get to work. We got some cut oats. And a bunch more rain. Add a little bit of butter to it. Steel cut oatmeal with butter and honey.
Try Crest 3D Finer, a daily whitening toothpaste for whiter teeth in one day.
That is enough screen time for today. But I literally just saved us more money than maybe for the group. Don't you want to spend some more time on social media?
Get the best banking ever with one of America's top-rated digital banking experiences. Navy Federal Credit, our members of the mission.
With Little Caesars with $5.99 mix and match, the pizzas are large and you're in charge. 2 or more frames for only $5.99 each. This man?
One of the topic is the living elements is thoughtful thinking.
Alright guys, got breakfast in my belly. I need to get my bed all cleaned up and all my stuff out of here and the fire put out. We gotta cut more firewood. We're gonna finish this shelter.
So I went to this channel of a YouTuber that I used to watch, and now I am watching a video that the title said, "I finally did it." I don't know if he did, but let's see.
Okay, so I don't know why I'm making this video, but I'm finally gonna listen to you guys, okay? So every single time I go to my comment section, I see the same YouTuber being recommended over and over and over. As you guys know, I actually read my comments. I don't know. Okay, so I don't know why, but I love watching bad YouTubers. Every single day on my channel, I post a video where I expose a new stupid YouTuber, but this gets me a lot of hate. Today's video is going to be so fun because we're going to go on YouTube and we're going to watch videos of little kids who think that they're exposing. Okay, so I'm on YouTube right now. I searched up DJ Loves Turbo Exposed. I honestly don't know. Wait, what is this? This video says why I hate DJ Loves Turbo.
Some of these I do agree with. I don't know. People had big explosions. Like the vegan teacher. I forgot my brother. Yes, I originally started watching on his DJ Cook channel. And his last video was 1 year ago. So yeah.
Why does everybody say that this is a great screen? It's not a great screen!
Stop whining. The room is a freaking green screen.
This is the best cringe I've seen in a long time. So this DJ here is doing a set. Boom.
I know this up over here. It's already food.
A degree, but still no
There was earning six figures and still can't afford college.
They say hi. I've reacted to hilarious, shocking, wild medical news. But lately, you've been slacking. Most of the needs you send me are a little too mindful, a little too demure. Huge thanks to Quest Nutrition for sponsoring Station. Hello, 911. I am dying. 911, let me see. What? What meme are you looking at? Guy, no, I'm literally dying. My ass on khaki. And he's playing solitaire. 911 shouldn't be talking about memes. You have to be supportive. To be supportive, you're saying something. It's a deep one. Your babies grow on their own, or do we need to interact with them? I forgot to look at the group name, and I was genuinely concerned. They thought you had to plant them in the soil and allow them to flourish in photosynthesis. I turn up music because I'm partially deaf. I'm partially deaf because I turn up the music. Yes. If there was a more accurate meme, I don't know. The reason this meme is so accurate is because so many of us listen to music on full blast, especially in your headphones, audio canceling, noise canceling headphones, so we just hear the music. And if you listen to anything over like 60-ish%, you're damaging your eardrums. Look at how quickly you could develop eardrum. Damage, tympanic membrane damage, based on the decibels and how long you need to be exposed to said sound. Pebis, food grade, just fizz. What's Pebis? Is this an actual drink, or is it just fizz? Kinger, pig? I'm confused. Is this what people with dyslexia see when they see a Pepsi? Am I missing something, Sam? Worst pinata ever. I just had 3 of these removed because they were coming from, for those who don't know, this is some kind of bee wasp nest, beehive, wasp hive. Is it a wasp hive? Or do wasp hives live in beehives? You think a wasp probably mix it up with a queen bee? I think queen bees only interested in one picture. JC. Let it sink in. Let it sink in. Queen bee. Yes! Worst pinata ever. Followed by the worst joke ever. What the predator sees after 15 seconds of chasing. For those who don't know, the predator can see inside of you. Thermal imaging so it can catch you in bugs. But now it can catch you in psoriatic arthritis or rheumatoid arthritis. And I say that it's autoimmune arthritis because it's polyarticulate, which means that it's a multiple joints. Stop dieting, start farming. And that's the way you get rid of a little gassy monster. Just like that. Y'all ever just say F it and eat it with the shell? No. With sunflower seeds, maybe not. It's a big amount of paper. Don't eat paper. I had no idea you could buy this. I've just been using chocolate and Netflix. I've been just using puppy slobber and dog kisses. And never hurts to have a good protein shake. My head hurts, my throat's scorched, and I have terrible taste in my mouth. Man, you got weird last night. Also, you got carved. If you get carved and lit in the same night, medically, not compatible with life. This is how you make me hungry. Been me hungry. It's the first punch that I got right away. Sam Bowers, if you're in this Discord, your life needs to be consuming Dr. Mike videos 24/7. Turn it on your phone, TV, tablets, watching TV. Whoa! We got Mom and Dr. Jones on the telly, Brandon Marshall on the laptop, gaming on the other laptop, a little kitty watching Brandon Marshall. Oh, and Mom and Dr. Jones on the lower laptop, and on the iPad we got medical news. You know what? I hated this image. Except you're really that's really sweet, actually. You're fun! When I start seeing Christmas decorations in early November, seriously, don't put Tabasco in your eyes because it's really going to hurt because it doesn't mesh well with you. That's why if you're eating like spicy food, you're like, oh boy, that's a disaster. Lots of watering, lots of histamine response. If overthinking was a workout, oh my god, I would have I would have a 4-head and an 8-pack. Now, I I would have like oblique muscles. Because, you know, sometimes when I get angry, you've seen that vein come out. Some people have that vein on their apple. I hope everyone is enjoying that long weekend. I see you've been stabbed. Yes, please help. Are you sure that's what's causing the problem? Because I was looking at your BMI. Is this like a judgment stroke? Oh, there. It's because of the... Oh, it's bread. Bad. Can't have my best protein. Sorry. Not for you. Not for you. I don't understand this need thing. It should have been like, please help. And it's like, oh my God, you really do need help. Yes, I've been stabbed. Oh no, I was talking about your blood. Not. I just mean backtrack you. Elizabeth Stanton / Elizabeth movies. Nah, man, Night Shift is pretty easy. Garrett, he's 24. Oh my God. You can see the wear and tear of waking up at 7 p.m. There's cars on there. Not only are there conditions related to working night shift work disorder, but there's also evidence that those who work night shifts have more health problems in general. You have a choice. If you don't love working night shifts, I think the healthy choice is to work during the day. But you know, there's some services that require someone to be at night, and there are certain people who, based on their chronotype, prefer to be up at night. Matthew Walker and I actually talked about this over Doritos. Ew! As I saw that image, I thought about licking my finger, and then I was like, oh, you don't want to do that with your tongue. Sweatier, and fungi sometimes. But humans, I could barely sleep at night. Also humans before sleep. Not just light, massive anxiety, stimulant substances, explosions and loud noises, naps close to bedtime, huge meals. These are all things that can hurt a good night's sleep. Just before you die, swallow a whole bag of popcorn kernels. Your cremation will be epic. Oh, probably not. I feel like cremation happens over 1,000 degree temperatures, and I don't think popcorn pops that I think just like 100% fish-free, wild microplastic. Not great. Honestly, that's these days the sad reality. There's a lot of microplastics in the foods we consume. The solution for which I do not currently have. She donated 30 inches of her hair to make wigs for children with cancer. Oh, that's nice. Now, some poor kid has to be a ginger and top. It's messed up. Oh, I did not feel that. Say for that one, Bernie. For me? Is it my beard? Yeah. It's an unfair thing for people to write mean things about people's hair color. Making my famous BBQ dry rub. Why, man? Why are you... I would advise against doing this. That's rubber. That is not digestible material. That could cause an intestinal bubble. You know what can happen? I forgot the name, the exact term. It's when you get like this constellation of hair, maybe other substances that are indigestible, and they cause like this bolus. A bezoar. Hair mixed with rubber and some other contents is called a bezoar. 4 sneezes in a row is cloud chasing getting together. It really is. It's not cloud chasing. It's like attention seeking. My brain when I read the word hippocampus. Facts. It's in the brain. That's all you need to know. You're good. Otherwise, you're good. There's a definition if you'd like to read it, but just know that has nothing to do with college. It has nothing to do with the hippocampus. Having a deconstructed Diet Coke. Diet Coke, caffeine Coke. That's a lot. That's like the other day I heard someone say a Napa latte, which is like you take a nap and you have an espresso so that when you wake up from your nap, it takes like 30 minutes of caffeine to kick in, you get double the rest because your body clears the adenosine receptors a little more alert, and then your body also blocks the adenosine receptors with the caffeine as well. We'll see the baby in a minute. Your plan doesn't cover the adverse version. Ah, it's so sad that the AG strip is so inaccurate. And why is there dynamite behind the Gee, well that's a little weird. I'm never lonely because I got these little diamonds. You know, it happens to me too, and I don't even have a good answer. Voters, I don't know. The little squids that hang out. Medically, I'm not saying you're right, but it's funny. If a movie character gets shot here, they're required to keep it to themselves for a while. Later in the movie, they must open their shirt jacket, revealing an alarming amount of blood, followed by another character saying, "You're hurt. This is wrong." How do you not notice getting shot in the abdomen? It's like one of the most painful places to have a trauma. Although, the retroperitoneum, like that specific area of your abdominal cavity, can actually hold a lot of blood without you realizing that this is okay. Vitamin B12, intestine, intrinsic factor. Oh, word! You need intrinsic factor to be produced in order for your body to be able to get the B12. And sometimes, believe it's called pernicious anemia, where you lack intrinsic factor and therefore develop anemia due to a lack of B12. Should I fact check myself? Pernicious anemia is a type of B12 deficiency anemia that occurs when the body doesn't produce enough intrinsic factor, a protein that helps the body absorb. Not even a hematologist off the bat knew that. It's weird that after 10 years of vaccine medicine, I'm excited the fact that I do a fairly common condition. Fairly common in the sense of it's tested often. I should have known that, and I shouldn't be as excited as I am. But maybe it's because I have enough protein. I got my vasectomy done at Claire's. They started with ears, and then they went to the vast empties. Let's just say the work they do at Claire's is vastly different than what they used to do with ears. Now it's not about both. It's about excellence. Man, I couldn't quite have it. Sleigh bells ring. Are you listening? Chest is tight. Nitroglycerin is a vasodilator. Helps open up blood vessels so you can perfuse certain parts of your body that are very important, like the heart. And you need to give this medication. And it's one of the more important times you need to be honest with your doctor and tell him if your kid needs it. It's not very mindful, not very good. This episode of House Empty, it's literally, no, I don't want to spoil it. Click here and check that out. You can always stay happy at home.
Las mejores invitaciones se sienten personales y participan tus necesidades. El mismo sentimiento que cada Lexus está diseñado para provocar. Obtén ofertas por tiempo limitado en modelos selectos en la Invitations and Lexus Sales Event.
Covering your guacamole with this scissors sealing with plastic wrap, putting it in can help preserve it for longer. Is it lime juice, orange juice, raspberry?
I want to
That is correct. With the lime juice on there, you got guacamole.
Always good to know.
Booking.com has stays for absolutely anyone. For instance, imagine you're a vampire thirsty for a lively hotel. You find the Vegas resort with some great nightlife. Perfect. You may be undead, but you're the life of the party. And if the forecast calls for sun, at least there's free cancellation on most stays, so you can wait for the perfect weather. Gorgeous. If a vampire can find their perfect stay, anyone can. Find exactly what you're booking for. Booking.com, booking.com.
Doctor, we had to remove your colon. Me. Why? Despite over a decade of medical experience and probably the decade of medical education before that, some things go over my head. I don't get it. What do you mean? And it's painful to watch, also kind of funny. So enjoy this amazing compilation of my editing team put together. Feeling great since my kidney transplant. My kidney transplant? The kid's knee transplant? That's a foot. That's on. I don't get it. That's on. That's on me. Oh, that's a knee! When you ask them if they're just having a seizure, that they just spasm on the ground instead of answering. All right then, keep your secret. What? I don't get it. What do you mean? When people have a seizure, they can't answer you, buddy. They can't speak. They lose control. That's what a seizure means.
don't get it.
Humans born in a hospital. Bears born in the safety and warmth of the den. Giraffes. Are giraffes born in the neck? Why are giraffes born so high up? Doc, so what's wrong with you? I'll give you a hint. Say 2 more 5 times fast. Say 2 more 5 times fast. 2 more, 2 more. You don't need a parachute to go skydiving. You need a parachute to go skydiving twice. Because the first time, I don't get it.
Do you need a parachute to jump out of an airplane?
No. Well, yes.
Do you need one to jump out?
Oh, to me, need is equatable with life. So without life, you can't need. Misinformation, that's some good news for you. I would help, but tie? Goodbye tie? 2 tie? And my hands are tied. Music makes you caps lock shift, control, alt delete. What? Music makes you lose control. And music also makes you ASD. CXC. You can be kind of ASD. You've heard of Elf on a Shelf? Oh, memes that require me to guess. Hold on a second. A flagella on a sperm. A spermgella. Ella sperm. Sperm face. Sperm hair face. Medusa sperm. Elf on a shelf. Sperm on a worm. No? Worms on a sperm. Worms on a sperm. Afro. Curly. Put curlers in. Curly sperm. Hold on a second. I'm gonna get it. It's a permanent sperm. That's the boy. Roses are red. It's hot like hell. Mitochondria? It's the energy center of the cell. So it's like roses are red. It's hot like hell. The energy center of the cell. Shy. Child. Tree. Children or Chipotle? Like whether or not you want to have children or Chipotle? Basically, you want a food baby or a real baby? You need to take one of these pills every day for the rest of your life. Yeah, but there's only 3 pills now. Exactly. Oh, does that mean he's gonna die? You heard of Elf on a Shelf. Now get ready for a tractor. Elf on a Shelf. A tractor. A flagella. Is that a microbe? I don't know what it is. Oh, Heliobacter on a tractor! You got that Heliobacter on the tractor. I'm gonna change it and give you that intrinsic factor. Oh! I'm feeling quite classy, sassy. What is that image of? Broken ball? It's a lassie, is a dog. Is that a lemon? Is that a broken lemon? Unwell? Because the dog saves someone that falls in a well? Well, no, not even close. I wish I knew what this ball is. Is that a turnip? Is that a papaya? Is it a fruit? Onion? Yeah. Not a mango, but it's got a fruit. Melon? That's a melon? That's a diseased melon. I'm feeling quite melancholy. You are fantastic! It took you a while to get it, so I won't give you a chance to Keeping tropical fish at home can have a common effect on the brain due to all the endorphins. It's like 2 seconds too late. There's definitely endorphins. There's definitely some kind of visual effect of the lights and the fish and all this stuff, colors. My face when I've been admitted and someone tells me to get well soon. But, Doc, so are you saying I should touch myself whenever I feel like it? No, Jeff. I said you could have a stroke at any time. I don't get the joke. Doc, are you saying I should touch myself whenever I feel like it? No, Jeff. I said you can have a stroke at any time. If you didn't get it by now, you're not going to get it, so just move on to the next one. I know you don't have a choice because I control my video, but either way, just wait until for me to finish this monologue, and then the next week will start, and then continue on with the show. Okay? I'll see you on the next one. Having too much sex can cause memory loss. I read it on page 37 in the medical journal in November 2006 at 4:19 p.m. First of all, how multi-talented are you? Reading a journal while fornicating? That's impressive. Very impressive. It's also maybe dangerous. Be safe. But I get it. He's having Time out. Time out. Dr. Brain, I think what this is saying, our gentleman with the blackout name has pristine memory because he's not engaged in these types of activities, which is fine, but clearly his memory is quite good. I would like to see this article though. You can do a Wednesday checkup on it. Are you able to assist me with arithmetic? The answer is unknown. I feel sadness and lack understanding. We can feel that together. Did you complete this course? Many revolutions ago. Are the memories of the course...
Unlike other value meals, our original $7.99 meat-free box has 3 sides, not just one. It's more meal for your money. Seriously. It's more meal for your money.
Arby's, we have the meats.
Ranger knows that if you're a school custodian, cleanliness is your top priority. That's why you can rely on Ranger for a range of cleaning products and equipment, from disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Ranger, for the ones who get it done. Plan your finances for people, causes, and communities you love. Private, where money means more.
The New York Yankees, the San Francisco Giants.
AI isn't here to replace you like everybody says. It's here to make you sharper, clearer, and faster. And that is exactly why I use Grammarly. And not just to fix my spelling, but because it is literally my AI writing partner. Whenever I sit down to write an email that puts a billionaire to interview them, or I'm creating a business proposal for any of my businesses, I open these Grammarly's AI editor. I use the AI chat to brainstorm ideas and get my thoughts out fast. In this room, we're staring at a blank page. We all know that money loves speed. But here's the craziest part, you guys. While I'm writing, Grammarly has a humanizer that makes sure everything I'm writing sounds natural and in my voice, like a real human, not just some AI. And before I hit send, I use the reader reactions to predict how the person I'm writing to is going to respond. And it will fix anything confusing before it even happens. You guys need to understand that if you are not using AI in your business today, you're going to get left behind. So level up your productivity and Grammarly today.
Turning. So far, only the emotions. Do you? Huh? You don't get it? When a patient comes in with something in their rectum and you ask how it got, I don't know that there's an Eiffel Tower. Also, it's the wrong there on the rectum. I'm a grammar police person. Did this man this?
Yeah, you notice something in the patient's rectum, and you would ask them how did it get there. What would they say?
Eiffel. Eiffel. When someone asks what the capital of Russia is. Moscow? Oh, Moscow! I was going to because it's a cow. No, it's because it's a Moscow. Woo! We're halfway there. Woo! This is one of those games, isn't it? 11 pear? A pear on a lemon. Lemon on a pear? Lemon top. Lemon pear top, lemon. Lemon head. Citrus, sweet, sour, sweet kids. What do they call it? Sour sweets? Sour patch kids. You left out everything. Hold on a second. This has something to do with the song. I'm scared. I'm going to make it. Whoa, we're halfway there. Whoa! We're living on a pear. 11 on a pear. Oh, yeah. Last week at the drugstore, someone threw a bottle of fish oil something at me. Luckily, my injuries were only superficial. Superficial. You know, I tried so hard and got so far, but in the end, clown, egg, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, gaslight yourself. This is one of those, no, not the gas. Sam's gonna laugh, you're gonna laugh, and it's all on my expense. You doesn't, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 even, stays in number. In the end, it doesn't even matter. Okay, so it's the Linkin Park, right? Why is that? Oh, yeah, because it's the clown, Mike! I'm having problems with my hearing. Can you describe the symptoms? Marge has blue hair and Homer is a fat guy.
I'm having problems with my hearing. Describe much of Peter and Hunter's background.
The symptoms sound like Simpson, but apparently a medical education doesn't prepare you to understand jokes like this. You've heard of elf of a shelf, but have you heard of esophagus, pharaoh, and sarcophagus or esophagus? Sarcophagus. That's good. What are the results? Doctor, you have tunnel vision? That's pretty good. It's not what it is. It's not. That's pretty good. It's a tunnel and there's fish. Tunnel fishing. You think I know what kind of fish that is? Okay, that's type salmon, tuna tunnel, catfish tunnel, carp. It's a carp? Carp. Tunnel fishing? I think it's better. Tunnel fishing is a better. This is one shame to the medical profession. Such unprofessional makeup. Unprofessional? That's fire. Are you kidding me? That's fine. Derek and Mr. Sippy and his wife.
Mr. Sippy and his wife.
Of course his wife.
Mississippi. Oh! Mrs. Not medical at all. I honestly deserve to be canceled for that.
I got ants. Yeah, but my ants are taller than yours. Yeah, well, I got a tube of glue, and I have an entire tin of it. I got bread. You wait, I can't handle that with my glue tin and taller ants. I think I need to be either drunk to read this, can't handle that with my glue tin and taller ants. Stop laughing, son. Are they ants on something? Do the items have a connection? Bison kit? I can't handle that with my glue tin and taller ants. Yeah, I give up. What is it? Okay, who can't eat bread? Celiac. The celiac people are... Because they have inflammation. I don't know. What's the question? Okay. Bread contains... Wheat. And bread because it contains... Wheat. Okay, yeah. You win. I can't handle that with my gluten and tolerance. Intolerance. Wow. Who came up with that? There's no normal person that's thinking about ants, glue, and bread. Since I know you enjoy compilations, how about one of my favorite compilations, reacting to House MD? Him and I are about to battle, rap house, like medicine. Click here to check that out. As always, stay happy.
At MedStar Health, we have some of the most talented providers in the region. Every day, we come to work with a passion for helping patients. But our true strength is when we come together. Here, we foster a collaborative culture, working as a team to bring patients a level of care that's recognized both nationally and internationally. Our multidisciplinary approach generates positive patient outcomes while creating an exciting work environment. Join our award-winning team. Apply now at medstarhealth.org/careers now. Every day, we come to work with a passion for helping patients. But our true strength is when we come together. Here, we foster a collaborative culture, working as a team to bring patients a level of care that's recognized both nationally and internationally. Our multidisciplinary approach generates positive patient outcomes while creating an exciting work environment. Join our award-winning team. Apply now at medstarhealth.org/careersnow.
reacted to hilarious, shocking, wild medical news. But lately, you've been slacking. Most of the news you send me are a little too mindful, a little too demure. Huge thanks to Quest Nutrition for sponsoring today's show. Hello, 911. I am dying. 911, let me see. What? What meme are you looking at? I know, I'm literally dying. My asshole, guys. And he's playing solitaire. 911 shouldn't be talking about memes. You have to be supportive. To be supportive, do babies grow on their own, or do we need to interact with them? I forgot to look at the group name, and I was genuinely concerned. They thought you had to plant them in soil and allow them to flourish photosynthesis. I turn up music because I'm partially deaf. I'm partially deaf because I turn up the music. Yes. If there was a more accurate meme, I don't know. The reason this meme is so accurate is because so many of us listen to music on full blast, especially in your headphones, audio canceling, noise canceling headphones, so we just hear the music. And if you listen to anything over like 60-ish%, you're damaging your eardrums. Look at how quickly you could develop eardrum damage, tympanic membrane damage, based on the decibels and how long you need to be exposed to said sound. Peevis, food grade, just fizz. What's Peevis? Is this an actual drink, or is it just fizz? Kinger, I'm confused. Is this what people with dyslexia see when they see a Pepsi? Am I missing something, Sam? Worst pinata ever. I just had 3 of these removed because they were coming. For those who don't know, this is some kind of bee wasp nest. Beehive? Wasp hive? Is it a wasp hive? Or do wasp hives live in beehives? You think a wasp can go and mix it up with a queen bee? I think queen bees only interested in one. Watch AC. Let it sink in. Let it sink in. Queen bee. Yes! Worst pinata ever. Followed by the worst shotgun. What the predator sees after 15 seconds of chasing. For those who don't know, the predator can see inside of you. Thermal imaging so it can catch you in the forest. But now it can catch you with psoriatic arthritis or rheumatoid arthritis. And I say that it's autoimmune arthritis because it's polyarticulate, which means that it's a functional joint. Stop dying, start farting. And that's the way you get rid of just a little gassy monster. Just like there. Y'all ever just say F it and eat it with the shell? No. Like with sunflower seeds, maybe, not. It's a big activity. Don't eat paper. I know I did. You could buy this. I've just been using chocolate and Netflix. I've been just using pumpkin saga and dog kisses. And never hurts to have a good protein check. My head hurts, my throat's scorched, and I have terrible taste in my mouth. Man, you got me in that story. Oh, also, you got carved. If you get carved and lit in the same night, medically, not compatible. This is how you make me hungry. Been me hungry. It's the first one that I got right away. Then. 7 hours. If you're in this Discord, your life needs to be consuming Dr. Mike videos 24/7. Turn it on your phone, TVs, tablets, watches. Whoa! We got Mom and Dr. Jones on the telephone. Brandon Marshall on the laptop. Gaming on the other laptop. A little kitty watching Brandon Marshall. Oh, and Mom and Dr. Jones on the lower laptop. And on the iPad, we got medical news. You know what? I included this image. Except you're really that's really sweet, actually. You're fine! When I start seeing Christmas decorations in early November, seriously, don't put Tabasco in your eyes. It's really good. It doesn't mesh well with you. That's right, if you're eating that spicy food, you won't be like, oh boy, that's a disaster. Lots of watering, lots of steam response. If overthinking was a workout, oh my god, I would have a forehead and an 8-pack. I would have like oblique muscles. You know, sometimes I get angry, you've seen that thing come out. Some people have that video on the app. I hope everyone is enjoying the long weekend. Yes! I see you've been stabbed. Yes, please help. Are you sure that's what's causing the problem? Because I was looking at your BMI. Is this like a judging trip? Oh, very cute. Let's say hi to me. Oh, he's correct. Can't have my best protein, so not for you. Not for you. I don't understand this move then. It should have been like, please help. And it's like, oh my god, you really do need help. Yes, I've been stabbed. Oh no, I was talking about your thing. That's... I just mean backcheck you. Elizabeth Stanton / Elizabeth movies. Nah man, Night Shift is pretty easy. Derek, you struck four. Oh my god. You can see the wear and tear of waking up at 17. That's cause on that. Not only are there conditions related to working a night shift work disorder, but there's also evidence that those who work night shifts have more health problems in general. You have a choice. If you don't love working night shifts, I think the healthy choice is to work during the day. But you know, there are some services that require someone to be at night, and there are certain people who, based on their chronotypes, prefer to be up at night. If you walk around your truck, notice the whole day. Doritos. Ew! As I saw that image, I thought about licking my finger, and then I was like, oh, don't want to do that with my friends. Sweatier and fungi sometimes. Humans, I can barely sleep at night. Also humans before sleep. Not just light, massive anxiety, stimulant substances, explosions and loud noises, naps close to bedtime, huge meals. These are all things that can hurt a good night's sleep. But just before you die, swallow a whole bag of popcorn kernels. Your cremation will be epic. Oh, probably not. I feel like cremation happens at over 1,000 temperatures. I don't know. 100% fish-free, microplastic. Not great. Honestly, that's these days the sad reality. There's a lot of microplastics in the foods we consume. The solution for which I do not currently have. She donated 30 inches of her hair to make things for children with cancer. Oh, that's nice. Now, some poor kid has to be a ginger on top of it. It's messed up. Oh, I did not feel that. Did that one burn you? For me? Is it my beard? Yeah. It's an unfair thing for people to write me things about people's headphones. Making my famous BBQ dry wet. Why are you using it? I would advise against doing this. That's rubber. That is not digestible material. That could cause an intestinal block. You know what can happen? I forgot the exact term. It's when you get like this constellation of hair, maybe other substances that are indigestible, and they cause like this bolus. A bezoar. Hair mixed with rubber and some other contents is called a bezoar. 4 sleeces in a row is cloud chasing get it together. It really is. It's not cloud chasing. It's like attention-seeking behavior. My brain when I read the word hippocampus. Facts. It's in the brain. That's all you need to know. You're good. Otherwise, you're good. There's a definition if you'd like to read it, but just know that it has nothing to do with college. It has nothing to do with the hippocampus. Having a deconstructed Diet Coke. Diet Coke caffeine. Caffeine Coke. That's a lot. That's like the other day I heard someone saying like a Napa latte, which is like you take a nap and you have an espresso so that when you wake up from the nap, it takes like 30 minutes with caffeine to make you get double the rest because your body clears the adenosine receptors with water, and then your body also blocks the adenosine receptors with the caffeine as well. We'll see the baby in a minute. Your plan doesn't cover the ad-free version. Ah, it's so sad that the KG strip is so inaccurate. And why is there dynamite behind the sheet? Well, that's a little weird. I'm never lonely because I got these little diamonds. You know, it happens to me too, and I don't even have a good answer. Floaters, I don't know. The little squids that hang out. Medically, I'm not saying you're right, but it's funny. If a movie character gets shot here, they're required to keep it to themselves for a while. Later in the movie, they must open their shirt jacket, revealing an alarming amount of blood, followed by another character saying, "You're hurt. This is wrong." How do you not notice getting shot in the abdomen? It's like one of the most painful places to have a trauma. Although, the retroperitoneum, like that specific area of your abdominal cavity, can actually hold a lot of blood without you realizing that the person's bleeding. Right? Vitamin B12, intestine, intrinsic factor. Oh, word! You need intrinsic factor to be produced in order for your body to be able to get the B12. And sometimes, I believe it's called pernicious anemia, where you lack intrinsic factor and therefore develop anemia due to a lack of B12. Check myself. Pernicious anemia is a type of B12 deficiency anemia that occurs when the body doesn't produce enough intrinsic factor, a protein that helps the body absorb. Not even a hematologist off the bat knew that. It's weird that after 10 years of vaccine medicine, I'm excited the fact that I do a fairly common condition. Fairly common in the sense of it's tested off. I should have known that, and I shouldn't be as excited as I am. But maybe it's because I have enough protein. I got my vasectomy done at Claire's. They started with ears, and then they went to the vas deferens. Let's just say the work they do at Claire's is vast. Vastly different than what they used to do with ears. Now it's not about bones. It's about everything. Man, I couldn't find out. Sleigh bells ring. Are you listening? Chest is tight. Nitroglycerin. Nitroglycerin is a vasodilator. Helps open up blood vessels so you can perfuse certain parts of your body that are very important, like the heart. And you need to give this medication. And it's one of the more important times you need to be honest with your doctor and tell them that they take you. You know what's not very mindful, not very convenient? This episode of House MD, it's literally, no, I don't want to spoil it. Click here, check it out. You know it's going to happen ever.
Booking.com has all kinds of space because some want a house in the desperate. Others do not. Find exactly what you're looking for. Booking.com, Booking.yeah.
At Nightstar Health, we have some of the most talented providers of the region. Every day, we come to work with a passion for helping patients. But our true strength is when we come together. Here, we foster a collaborative culture, working as a team to bring patients a level of care that's recognized both nationally and internationally. Our multidisciplinary approach generates positive patient outcomes while creating an exciting work environment. Join our award-winning team. Apply now at netstarhealth.org/careers now.
Doctor, we had to remove your colon. Me, why? Despite over a decade of medical experience and probably a decade of medical education before that, some needs go over my head. I don't get it. What do you mean? And it's painful to watch, also kind of funny. So enjoy this amazing compilation that my editing team put together. Feeling great since my kidney transplant. My kidney transplant? The kid's knee transplant? That's a foot. That's sign. I don't get it. That's sign. That's a knee. Oh, that's a knee! When you ask them if they're just having a seizure, that they just spasm on the ground instead of answering. Alright then, keep your secret. What? I don't get it. What do you mean? When people have a seizure, they can't answer you, buddy. They can't speak. They lose control. That's what a seizure means. Don't get it. Human, born in a hospital. Bear, born in the safety and warmth of the den. Giraffes. Are giraffes born in the neck? Why are giraffes born so high up? Nah, so what's wrong with you? I'll give you a hint. Say 2 more 5 times fast. Say 2 more 5 times fast. 2 more, 2 more. You don't need a parachute to go skydiving. You need a parachute to go skydiving twice. Because the first time, I don't get it.
Do you need a parachute to jump out of an airplane?
No. Well, yes.
Do you need one to jump out?
Oh. To me, need is equatable with light. So without light, you can't need. Misinformation, that's some good news. I would help, but tie, by time, 2 times, and my hands are tied. Music makes you caps lock shift, control, alt delete. Right? Music makes you lose control. But music also makes you ASD. CXC. You've heard of Elf on a Shelf? Oh, meanings that require me to guess. Hold on a second. A flagella on a sperm. A spermagella. Ella sperm. Sperm face. Sperm hair face. Medusa sperm. Elf on a shelf. Sperm on a worm. No? Worms on a sperm. Worms on a sperm. Afro. Curly. But curlers in curly spermy. Hold on a second. I'm gonna get it. It's a perm on a sperm. That's my guy. That's my boy. Roses are red. It's hot like hell. Mitochondria. It's the energy center of the cell. So it's like roses are red. It's hot like hell. The energy center of the cell. Shy. Child. Tree. Children or Chipotle? Like whether or not you want to actually go to Chipotle? Basically, if you want a food baby or a real baby, you need to take one of these pills every day for the rest of your life. Yeah, but there's only 3 pills now, right? Exactly. Does that mean he's gonna die? You heard of Elf on a Shelf. Now get ready for a tractor. Elf on a Shelf. A tractor. A flagella. Is that a microbe? I don't know what it is. Oh, Heliobacter on a tractor! Got that Heliobacter on the tractor. I'm gonna change it and give you that intrinsic factor. Oh! I'm feeling quite crazy. Classy. Sassy. What is that image of? Broken ball. It's a lassie. It's a dog. Is that a lemon? Is that a broken lemon? Unwell? Because the dog saved someone that falls in a well? Well, no, not even close. I wish I could get this ball once. Is that a turnip? Is that a papaya? Is it a fruit? Onion? Yeah. Not a mango, that's not a good melon? That's a melon? That's a diseased melon. I'm feeling quite melancholy. You are fantastic! Keeping tropical fish at home can have a calming effect on the brain due to all the endorphins. It's like 2 seconds to live. There's definitely endorphins. There's definitely some kind of visual effect with the lights and the fish and all this stuff, colors. My face when I've been admitted and someone tells me to get well soon. What? Doc, are you saying I should touch myself whenever I feel like it? No, Jeff. I said you could have a stroke at any time. I don't get the joke. Doc, are you saying I should touch myself whenever I feel like it? No, Jeff. I said you can have a stroke at any time. If you didn't get it by now, you're not going to get it. Just move on to the next one. I know you don't have a choice because I can tell by the video, but either way, just wait until for me to finish this monologue and then the next group will start and then continue on with the show. Okay? I'll see you on the next one. Having too much sex can cause memory loss. I read it on page 37 in the medical journal in November 2006 at 4:19 p.m. First of all, how multi-talented are you? Reading a journal while fornicating? That's impressive. Very impressive. Also, maybe dangerous. Be safe. What? I get it. He was having fun. Time out. Time out. Dr. Brink, I think what this is saying, our gentleman with the blacked out name has pristine memory because he's not engaged in these types of activities, which is fine, but clearly his memory is quite good. I would like to see this article though. You can do a Wednesday checkup on it. Are you able to assist me with arithmetic? The answer is no. I feel sadness and lack understanding. We can feel that together. Did you complete this course? Many revolutions ago. Are the memories of the course? Booking.com has all kinds of stays. For those who love family resorts, and for those who do not. There we go. Find exactly what you're looking for. Booking.com, booking.yeah.
University offers more than $161 million in educational scholarships to online students in 2024. In addition to federal grants today, students from may qualify for. Find your purpose. Visit gcu.edu/myoffer.
Las mejores invitaciones se sienten personales y anticipan tus necesidades. El mismo sentimiento que cada Lexus está diseñado para provocar. Obtén ofertas por tiempo limitado en modelos selectos en el Quotations and Lexus Sales Event.
Turning. So far, only two questions. Deal? Huh? You look good? When a patient comes in with something in their rectum and you ask how it got, there's an Eiffel Tower. Also, it's the wrong there on the rectum. I'm a grammar-based person. There's my miss.
Yeah, you notice something in the patient's rectum, and you ask them how did it get there. What do they say?
Eiffel. Eiffel. When someone asks what the capital of Russia is. Moscow? Oh, Moscow! How's it going? It's a cow. No, it's because it's a Moscow. Woo! We're halfway there. Woo! This is one of those beans, isn't it? A lemon pear? A pear on a lemon. Lemon on a pear? Lemon top. Lemon pear top, lemon. Lemon head. Citrus, sweet, sour, sweet kids. What do they call it? Sour sweets? Sour Patch Kids. You messed up everything. Hold on a second. This has something to do with the song. Stay out of the way for this. Whoa, we're halfway there. Whoa! We're living on a pear. A lemon on a pear. Oh, yeah. Last week at the drugstore, someone threw a bottle of fish oil supplements at me. Luckily, my injuries were only superficial. Superficial. You know, I tried so hard and got so far, but in the end, clown, head, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, gaslit myself. This is one of those, no, not the gas. Sam's gonna laugh, you're gonna laugh, and it's all at my expense. You, dozen, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 even, states it nothing. In the end, it doesn't even matter. Like, there you go. Okay, so it's the Lincoln Park, right? Well, why is that? Oh, yeah, because it's the clown, Mike! I'm having problems with my hearing. Can you describe the symptoms? Marge has blue hair and Homer is a fat guy. I'm having problems with my hearing. Can you describe Marge has blue hair and Homer is a fat guy? The symptoms sound like Simpsons, but apparently a medical education doesn't prepare you to understand jokes like this. Okay. You've heard of Elf of a Shelf, but have you heard of esophagus failure? Sarcophagus of esophagus. Sarcophagus. That's beautiful. What are the results? Doctor, you have tunnel vision? That's pretty good. It's not what it is. It's not? That's pretty good. It's a don't get a fish that is, then yes, fish types. Salmon, tuna tunnel, catfish tunnel, carpal tunnel. It's a carp? Carp. Tunnel fishing, I think is better. Tunnel fishing isn't better. This is one shame to the medical profession. Such unprofessional thinking. Unprofessional, that's fire. Are you kidding me? That's Derek and Mr. Sippy and his wife.
Mr. Sippy and his wife. Who's his wife? Mississippi. Oh, Mrs. Not medical at all. I honestly deserve to be canceled for that.
I got ants. Yeah, but my ants are taller than yours. Yeah, well, I got a tube of glue, and I have an entire tin of it. I got bread. Oh, you win. I can't handle that with my glue tin of taller ants. I think I need a trunk to read this. Can't handle that with my glue tin of taller ants. Stop laughing, Sam. The ants on something? Do the items have a connection? Ice and shit? I can't handle that with my glue tin and taller ants. Yeah, I give up. What is it?
Okay, who can't eat bread?
Syria. Because they have inflammation. I don't know. What's the question?
Bread contains
Wheat.
and bread because it contains gluten.
Okay, yeah. You win. I can't handle that with my gluten and tolerance. Intolerance. Wow. Who came up with it? There's no normal person that's thinking about ants, glue, and bread. Since I know you enjoy compilations, how about one of my favorite compilations, reacting to House MD? Him and I are about to battle, rap out, but that is click here, check that out. As always, stay happy.
Booking.com has all kinds of stays because some want a house in the desert. Others do not. Find exactly what you're looking for. Booking.com, Booking.yeah.
Harbor's Tech Engine by his own, but a friendly AutoZoner runs a free fixed finance plan and refers her to a local shop.
Facts on facts on facts. By the way, there's no way that those are the actual shoulders. I think there's some kind of device there. We turtle like this is human, and as a result, a lot of people have very tight cervical paraspinal muscles as well as their traps. If this goes on for a very long period of time, we see like chronic changes in stuff. This person's taking a dirty fork to the patella, looks like to the quad tendon. Don't know why. Oh my god! Wait, what? This isn't a human-like being. Because I've opened humans, cadavers, this is not what they look like. They're not chalky on the inside.
Here, this week's exercise keeps your brain nimble and build those super highways.
Well, that's true. The brain does actually build super highways when you use it. Here. Let's do one more time. That's cool, but like, you can just do activities that have a little bit more meaning. Saw this kid doing a workout incorrectly. Yeah, I mean, not perfect one, but not terrible one either. I've seen that machine be misused in so many different ways. Like that. Okay, I do not know where this is going. Is this a Halloween costume? Well, okay. This is a family-friendly channel. Wait, she's taking selfies like this? Why is there other things inside the lips? It could be just a Halloween costume and we're judging it. If it's for any kind of medical utility, the answer is pretty much no. Unless it's for like kind of endoscopy, upper endoscopy. Then I'm speaking outside of my own comfort zone.
Did you know that rubbing your fingernails together like this really stimulates the brain, sends signals to adult stem cells?
Or it creates paronychia. And paronychia are quite painful. Check this out.
When I come home from work and use my next stretcher.
I've seen this thing, TikTok, and it looks so ridiculous. I can't imagine that it does anything. But I probably should try it once before. Just don't make any claims. Okay, it makes a guy bald when he comes home. I'm okay with that claim. Going to bed drunk, relate. Oh yeah, the spins, baby. It actually can be quite dangerous if you are not awake enough to puke.